Here we are then, waiting for the green light to get qualifying underway for the British Grand Prix. And as we wait, poised for the start of what will hopefully be a thrilling qualifying, why don't you tell us, Anthony Davidson, about the things you can do to really get the most out of a car in a session like this?
Well, you're largely limited by the Parc Fermé regulations, of course. Back in the old days, pre-2004, you'd work on both a qualifying setup and a race setup over practice, and then swap them over after qualifying. So the race car was quite different at times to the qualifying car. Nowadays, though, you have to find a compromise that works for both. There are a few things that you can still adjust during the session, such as the differential, the brake bias and the front wing angle, but that's about it. So it's more about optimising what you do have and adapting your own style to suit the track conditions.
It's a bit disappointing, but we just need to push hard in the race and we can still come away with something.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three. Russell, Hamilton and Lucas Faber. With qualifying complete, all that remains is
Bad luck in qualifying. That's not exactly ideal. But there's no points for Saturday. Keep a cool head and make up for it in the race.
the pain of parting is nothing to the joy of meeting again. And how joyous indeed it is to be back at Silverstone once more for the British Grand Prix. The queues to get in this morning extended miles back down the A43, such as the enthusiasm for Formula One in this country. With good opportunities to overtake at the end of the Wellington and Hangar Straights, there's a lot of potential for close action around the 3.6 miles of the Silverstone circuit. With 18 corners and average lap speeds of around 145 miles per hour, it's also one of the longest and quickest circuits on the calendar. Joining us today to oversee all the thrills and spills, it's Anthony Davidson. And great to see you. How are you feeling about the race today, and how are the circuit conditions from what you've seen?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. George Russell did very well in qualifying yesterday and will start today's race from pole position. And Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Weber, Perez, Pierre Gasly and Ricciardo, Leclerc, Mir, Butler and Alexander Albon, Verstappen, Magnussen, Lando Norris and Sainz, Stroll, Bottas, Kimi Raikkonen and Sebastian Vettel. Hülkenberg and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Not a great starting position for us, but hopefully we can improve the situation throughout the race. DRS has been enabled. We're increasing our gap on the car behind by around a second a lap. Green flag. Gap ahead is 4.2 seconds. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Understood, copy that. Take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. The gap behind us is 2.7 seconds. fastest lap of the race so far. Gap to car in front is 5.0 seconds. In this lap, push now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Currently in P9, the gap is 16.6 seconds. They're on old softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 35.1. Pierre is in for his stop. have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Hamilton's in first place. These tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Leading our teammate by 11.3 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in 7th. The time last lap was a 1:35.0. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Hamilton is in the pits. work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. Great job, you've done everything we wanted today.
That's a fantastic performance from Ferrari. It hardly looked in doubt. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
I think the key here was just the quality of the racecraft, you know? I mean, how many overtakes did they make overall? I'm sure we have a stat person keeping score somewhere, and it was fantastic to watch, wasn't it? This is a strategic sport at the end of the day, but it's always really gratifying to see close-fought battles on track. It's what all the fans are after.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again. And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. George Russell takes the lead of the Drivers' Championship. Now, let's discuss, Ant. Who would you say is a contender for Driver of the Day?
Nico Hülkenberg did an excellent job out on the track today. He played aggressively and knew exactly when to capitalise on openings throughout the race. They did a great job at getting the most out of their tyres without losing pace, something that's a very handy skill to have in modern-day Formula One.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Our championship leaders retain their position, but their lead is shrinking. There was also a strong showing from the McLaren team today as they make their way up the standings. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Things are looking up after last week, aren't they? You gained a lot of positions during the race, didn't you? Another podium. You must be getting used to it up there. You're surpassing all expectations. Can anything... Great. Well, that's everything.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
Welcome back to qualifying, where we're waiting for the lights to turn green in the pit lane to signify the start of the session here at the Hockenheimring for this weekend's German Grand Prix. This is a track that tends to ask quite a lot of the tyres, both front and rear. So is it fair to say a great deal of management will be needed in order to do well here?
Tyre wear is always something you have to consider to a certain degree. Finding a good car balance that suits the circuit will help prolong the life of the tyre, but it's true that some circuits, such as this one, are more challenging than others. How hard you can push them depends on your strategy and how tight the battle is around you.
Okay, good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Mir, Verstappen and Lucas Faber. Well, that wraps up qualifying, but don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow as we head into the Grand Prix.
Well done. Very solid result. You're looking good for the race.
There's nowhere at all I'd rather be today than here at Hockenheim for the German Grand Prix. We have an incredibly competitive field this year, which means we should be in for a treat. And judging by the sea of people filling the grandstands, there's a fair-sized chunk of Germany that agrees with me. With average lap speeds of around 130 miles per hour, the Hockenheim Ring is a quick circuit with a lap distance of 2.8 miles, around 17 corners. The main DRS zone through Parabolica leads into the hairpin for the best overtaking opportunity on the track. Anthony Davidson, a very warm welcome to you as you join me in the commentary box for today's event. Let's talk about Mir. That was a great win in the last race. Can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
There are never any guarantees in this business, but certainly the performance last time out would have boosted their confidence coming into this one.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Mir lines up on pole position and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Faber, Gasly, George Russell and Leclerc, Ricciardo, Albon, Hamilton and Sergio Perez, Hülkenberg, Vettel, Devon Butler and Stroll, Sainz, Norris, Kimi Raikkonen and Kevin Magnussen, Bottas and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
You should have some space going into the first corner, so try to keep it tidy. Some information on Hülkenberg, they're retiring from the race. Okay, box, we're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. Replace that front wing. Box now. The stewards have awarded us a 10-second time penalty. Go now. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. Race officials have enabled DRS. DRS is now available. The gap to the car ahead is 3.3 seconds. extra fuel. Fuel target +1. They seem to have an issue. Okay, clear. Pierre is in the pits. Pierre is in for his stop. Car behind on the medium tyre. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. Our gap to the car in front is 3.1 seconds. big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Green flag. Okay, you've been pushing your luck on the track limits too much. We've been given a 3... Nice move. Good job. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Laps of fuel remaining. The gap is 39.3 seconds. They're on old mediums. The time last lap was a 1 minute 19.7. Laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. Top job, my friend, top job. I was a bit worried about this one at the start of the weekend, but you pulled through. Thank you.
So, another excellent win from Ferrari. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
Well, I know it's a bit of a boring answer, but the truth is they simply had the best speed package on the day, and a driver who knows how to take advantage of that. It doesn't matter how much time you spend poring over the stats and planning strategies if you can't keep the pace, and our winner today showed they could do both.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari. And now let's take a look at the driver's standings. Pierre Gasly takes the championship lead today. Let's focus on the driver of the day, Anthony Davidson. Who do you pick?
Carlos Sainz certainly wasn't someone to scoff about. His ability to follow race strategies throughout with pinpoint precision has to be commended.
Let's move on to the constructors. Ferrari take the lead at the top of the table. There was also a strong showing from the McLaren team today as they make their way up the standings. Well, that was certainly an incredible week.
Great work. That's exactly the kind of result I'm looking for. Keep it up.
The excitement is starting to build here at the Hungaro Ring as the lights are about to go green for today's qualifying session. We expect some cars out on track any moment now. So, could be a tasty one today then, Ants. We've got all the ingredients, that's for sure. Treacherous conditions, an ever-changing racetrack and one or two cars just behind the pace setters who maybe, just maybe, fancy a bit of an upset after a good performance from them in free practice.
And the question has to be, of course, what is that circuit going to look like in 10 to 15 minutes from now? If you think the rain's going to get worse, then you have to be straight out when the lights go green to find whatever grip you can. But if it eases off, then you're better off waiting, saving the tyres and going out at the perfect moment. The other thing that comes with these conditions? Traffic, and the lack of visibility that comes from sitting in the spray. It's going to be a constant problem, and I expect to see a lot of frustrated drivers with ruined laps out there today.
Further back than we'd like, but don't worry about it. Just means more fun for us tomorrow.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Weber, Russell and Devon Butler. With qualifying wrapped up, we now have our grid lineup for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Did you feel that things went well for you today? Tell us about qualifying. Lucas was on top form today. Do you feel comfortable on the wet, or are you hoping the sun shines tomorrow? What could have gone better? Appreciate your time.
Tough luck there. It's not quite where we'd want to be on the grid, but chin up, it's not the end of the world.
It's always wonderful to come back to the lively Hungaro Ring. A popular destination this, nice and close to the beautiful city of Budapest, with some exciting racing to boot. Who can forget Michael Schumacher pushing his old teammate Rubens Barrichello up towards the pit wall in 2010, or those great races of 2014 and 2015 as well. We're northeast of Budapest for the race today at the 2.7-mile Hungaro Ring circuit. 14 corners here, 8 to the right and 6 to the left, on a track where downforce is king and passing is notoriously difficult. With me to enjoy it all is Anthony Davidson, a man who made his Grand Prix debut here with Minardi back in 2002. So, Ant, this is a bit of a special one for you, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I'd say so. I also stood in to commentate on Jensen's win in 2006, and as I was a test driver for Honda at the time, you can imagine that was quite an emotional Grand Prix. It's also a tough circuit on the drivers, this one too. Lots of long, slow corners that require a lot of patience from inside the car. Plus, it's a very downforce heavy circuit. I mean, it's all relative, of course, but if you're lacking a bit in downforce, or if you've got a bit of an imbalance in the setup, this is definitely one of the worst places to have to deal with that.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Lucas Weber lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Butler, Verstappen, Mir and Perez, Hamilton, Leclerc, Albon and Pierre Gasly, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Sebastian Vettel and Bottas, Raikkonen, Sainz, Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo. Stroll and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
We have a good chance of getting a podium today, so have a clean race and stay out of trouble. Is damaged. Expect a lot of understeer unless we replace it. A new strategy is available on the MFT. Engine off, engine off. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, copy that. happened. Let me know you're okay. Race Control aren't happy with your creative interpretation of track limits. They've given you a 3-second time penalty. Okay, we can take you this lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Exit, exit now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. DRS is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. Okay, clear. Gap ahead is 3.9 seconds. The difference is 12.7 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:47.5. Maneuver. You made it look easy. You're putting a good distance between yourself and the car behind. Fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. is 26.6 seconds. Target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. Car ahead is coming to fit the mediums. Car ahead, now running medium tyres. Is in the pits. Gap to car in front is 2.2 seconds. top 10. Okay, this is Jeff. I need you to stop cutting the corners. If you keep it up, the stewards will award you a penalty. Engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix too soon. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in. Okay, the car behind has front wing damage. Front wing damage. Green flag. Gap to teammate behind is 7.5 seconds. There is a fault to the DRS. You won't be able to open the rear wing. We're working on a fix. Stay out. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. We need to catch up with the car ahead. The gap is around 5 seconds. Catching the car ahead, but be aware that these tyres need to last till the end of the race. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. tyres looking really good. You're managing it well. We're leading our teammate by 9.0 seconds. Gap to the car behind is 8.1 seconds. This is your final lap of the race. Thank you for all your hard work out there. That was a strong drive and a good finish. Well done.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Red Bull today. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work and they should be proud of the victory they secured here. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. George Russell takes the lead in the Drivers' Championship after today's superb results. Some amazing talent out on the track today, but Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
Carlos Sainz would be my first choice for this race. He had excellent race stamina, giving him the opportunity to charge through the ranks.
It's time to check out the constructors' standings. The lead at the top comes down after a strong weekend from the challenging pack. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time?
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You were cutting your way through the field during the race. You must be happy with the result today. You're beating all expectations. Would you say... There was quite a lot of contact today, wasn't there? Great. Well, that's everything.
Excellent result today. Finishes like that will look good on your contract reviews. On to the next one. We're asking for too much here. We need to make some compromises. They didn't like those terms. Let's try again. Our proposal has been accepted. The new contract will take effect from the next race weekend.
It's qualifying time at Spa, one of the mightiest tracks on the Formula One calendar. Long straights, up and downhill, Eau Rouge as well. This track isn't for the faint-hearted. So, could be a tasty one today then, Ants. We've got all the ingredients, that's for sure. Treacherous conditions, an ever-changing racetrack, and one or two cars just behind the pace setters who maybe, just maybe, fancy a bit of an upset after a good performance from them in free practice.
And the question has to be, of course, what is that circuit going to look like in 10 to 15 minutes from now? If you think the rain's going to get worse, then you have to be straight out when the lights go green to find whatever grip you can. But if it eases off, then you're better off waiting, saving the tyres and going out at the perfect moment. The other thing that comes with these conditions? Traffic, and the lack of visibility that comes from sitting in the spray. It's going to be a constant problem, and I expect to see a lot of frustrated drivers with ruined laps out there today.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three: Mir, Weber and Pierre Gasly. Goodbye for now then.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. A superb qualifying performance from your old F2 teammate today. It must be a great feeling to be on the front of the grid with Lucas alongside. The weather hasn't been ideal in qualifying. What's your take on it? Appreciate your time.
Well done. That was a good qualifying performance.
In the 48 races held at Spa between 1950 and 2015, the race winner has only started from pole position on 16 occasions. Qualifying yesterday may have set the order for today, but expect the unexpected here at the Belgian Grand Prix. As the saying goes, of course, anything can happen. And you know what? It usually does. Spa-Francorchamps today, a circuit that spans 4.35 miles. There are tons of elevation changes along the way too. 19 corners making up this circuit, with 9 of those to the right and the remaining 10 to the left. This track is a great one for fans of pure speed. The average lap speed comes close to a whopping 145 miles an hour. And I'm joined once again by Anthony Davidson to bring you the lowdown for today's race. Let's talk about Mia. That was a great podium in the last race, so can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs, so it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Mia lines up on pole position, and starting alongside is Lucas Faber. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Gasly, Verstappen, Alexander Albon and Russell, Butler, Perez, Hülkenberg and Sebastian Vettel, Sainz, Raikkonen, Charles Leclerc and Hamilton, Magnussen, Norris, Valtteri Bottas and Daniel Ricciardo, Grosjean and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Okay, La Source is always pretty tight, but we've got a clear run. Remember the runoff if you need it. Box for a new one. Okay, some information on Raikkonen. They are out of the race. Okay, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. To come in at the end of this lap. Pitting this lap then, come into the pits at the end of this lap. Release. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Okay, entering lap 3 now. DRS has been enabled. Nice work, that brings you up a place. Box, we're adjusting. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. The gap between you and the car behind is increasing by a significant amount each lap. Good job. 15 seconds. Max is currently in P5. The difference is 10.0 seconds. They're on fresh softs. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 55.7. Let me know you're all right. Damage to your wing. Okay. That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Yellow flag. Our gap to the car in front is 1.7 seconds. Okay, clear. Pierre's dropped out of the race. Confirmed, we'll receive you at the end of this lap. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Exit now. We're racing on the exit. Complete. Go now. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. ahead has come in to fit the mediums. Car ahead, now running medium tyres. Our gap behind is 4.4 seconds. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. Are you alright? Engine off, engine off. really well. Super driving.
So as they climb out of the car, the Red Bull team are ready and waiting to celebrate a thoroughly well-deserved win. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Taking care of the car was absolutely vital today. It's been obvious all weekend that the pace was there, but look at the attrition rate we've had. They would have been very concerned about any minor anomaly towards the latter stages of this Grand Prix.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves. Let's see what effect this result has had on the drivers' standings. That's a positive result for George Russell, who further solidifies his position at the top of the standings. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
Well, Lance Stroll would be my pick. He managed to keep a cool head today whilst pushing through the field.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Red Bull take over as championship leaders. Meanwhile, Renault move up the table with another strong performance this weekend. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action. I can't wait to see what's next.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. Everything went your way today. It looked like you had a really good strategy for the race. Is not being able to finish a race like Lucas did today a hard thing for a driver? How did you feel when you saw your old rival from F2 have to withdraw from today's race? You had a bit of contact today. Who was at fault there? Appreciate your time.
Great work this weekend. It was fantastic to see you up on that podium. Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.
The pit lane will be open shortly, which means it's nearly time for qualifying for the Italian Grand Prix here in Monza. Now then, Anthony Davidson, you're not getting any younger, but you have been involved in your fair share of qualifying sessions in an illustrious 30-year career. How do you deal with the pressure when you have that one chance to deliver a perfect lap?
It's not so much about dealing with the pressure, it's more about how you approach the risk and just how much of it are you willing to take. You're constantly balancing the car on the edge of grip from braking, cornering and traction. And over the course of a lap, it's easy to get that balance wrong. And that's why achieving the perfect lap is almost impossible. As you say, I've been doing this 30 years now, and it never gets any easier.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Mia, Gasly and George Russell. With qualifying complete, all that remains is the main event. We'll be live and uninterrupted for the Grand Prix tomorrow, so
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying.
it's race day here in Italy once again. Monza, home to so many records. The smallest winning margin, for example. Do you remember in 1971, Peter Gethin beat Ronnie Peterson to the line by 1/100th of a second. There were 40 overtakes for the lead alone in 1965, and Kimi Räikkönen clocked a record top speed of 230 miles per hour here, just over a decade ago. So there's a lot to live up to then for all of our drivers today. With top speeds up to 215 miles per hour and an average lap speed of around 155 miles per hour, Monza's reputation as one of the fastest circuits in the sport is well earned. We have 11 corners on this 3.6 mile track, with the best overtaking chance coming into the heavy braking zone of the Turn 1 chicane. Joining me for the Grand Prix once again is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mia. That was a great podium in the last race, so can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
There are never any guarantees in this business, but certainly the performance last time out would have boosted their confidence coming into this one.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position, and it's Pierre Gasly in P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Weber, Sergio Perez, and Verstappen, Leclerc, Butler, Sainz, and Alexander Albon, Magnussen, Norris, Lance Stroll, and Ricciardo, Hamilton, Bottas, Kimi Raikkonen, and Roman Grosjean. Vettel and Nico Hülkenberg completes the grid, and with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Okay, this is the team's home race. We're all relying on you to impress today. What happened? Let me know you're okay. Cede that position or receive a penalty. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strap. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Okay, this is the team's home race. We're all relying on you to impress today. We have to replace that front wing. Box now. Are you alright? Engine off. Engine off. That move was illegal. Return the position. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Okay, you've been pushing your luck on the track limits too much. We've been given a 3-second penalty. Understood, stopping this lap. see some information on Raikkonen. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. Go, go, go. Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track. We're monitoring somewhere on the ICE. Be aware that we will start to see a loss of power. It's okay for now, but try to be less rough on the suspension. It's race over if it fails. DRS is now enabled and will be available to use when you are within 1 second of the car ahead in the DRS zone. The fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Engine is looking a little worn. Power output will be less than optimal. yourself and the car behind. Expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Green flag. Trailing our teammate by 14.3 seconds. Is in for his stop. 5 laps of fuel remaining. The car behind you has just fitted the hard tyres. Car behind, running hards. What happened? Let me know you're okay. Time penalty for that last incident. Some information on Weber. They've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring. Laps of fuel remaining. Laps of fuel remaining. You need to slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. Absolutely awesome. Just amazing. Well done.
Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, staying out of trouble was probably the most important factor here. In a race where half the field weren't classified at the checkered flag, you were able to guarantee a good result by basically keeping the car running. With their pace and a decent strategy as well, I don't think the race was ever really in doubt.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. This result narrows the gap between our championship leader and the rest of the standings. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
It's got to be Valtteri Bottas, a commanding performance that I think had the audience's eyes glued to him for the majority of the race.
Let's move on to the constructors. Ferrari take the lead at the top of the table. Well, Ant, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. It doesn't get much better than a win at this track, does it? What do you think made the difference between this weekend and last weekend? We all underestimated you, didn't we? Not a good race for Lucas. How do you think? Great. Well, that's everything.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
So let's review the updated driver's standings. That's a positive result for George Russell, who further solidifies his position at the top of the standings. Now, let's discuss, Ant, who...
What on earth was that performance? Come on, this isn't bumper cars at the fairground. You're being compared favourably against your teammate. Well done. As long as you're in the same car, they'll always be your number one rival. So it's important to keep this up.
So, let's review the driver's standings. That's a positive result for George Russell, who further solidifies his position at the top of the standings. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
Lance Stroll certainly put in an impressive performance.
What on earth was that performance? Come on, this isn't bumper cars at the fairground. Your results and conduct here matter, so pay more attention. We can't afford too many races like that. Looks like one of your rivals is also going to an upcoming historical event. If you choose to take him on, it might help get your name out there a bit. They aren't coming round to that proposal. Let's try something else. All right, the terms have been agreed. All that's left is to sign the paperwork. You'll be on this new deal from the next race weekend.
Welcome to the only figure of 8 track on the F1 calendar. We're here at Suzuka for qualifying today ahead of the Japanese Grand Prix. In recent seasons, much talk has been made about tyre wear. Some say it gets in the way of the racing, others say it's always been part of the sport. Are we going to see drivers trying to look after their tyres here, or throw caution to the wind and worry about that when it becomes a problem?
Tyre wear is always something you have to consider to a certain degree. Finding a good car balance that suits the circuit will help prolong the life of the tyre, but it's true that some circuits, such as this one, are more challenging than others. How hard you can push them depends on your strategy and how tight the battle is around you.
Good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be fronting the grid. Mia, Russell and Max Verstappen. Well, that wraps up qualifying, but
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. Was today a good day for you? What could have gone better? How's your grid penalty going to affect your strategy going into the race? Great. Well, that's everything.
So, unfortunately, we've picked up some grid penalties, and we'll be starting further back than you expect. As for how bad it is, that'll depend on what the other drivers get.
and a very warm welcome to the Japanese Grand Prix. An event that has decided a Drivers' Championship 11 times over the years and has hosted some very memorable races as well. Who can forget Kimi Raikkonen's win from 17th on the grid in 2005, or Kamui Kobayashi's incredible drive to a podium in 2012. We're southwest of the city of Nagoya today at the unique figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit. 3.6 miles and 18 corners make up a lap here, with average speeds approaching 136 miles per hour. DRS will be available, of course, into the potential passing opportunity at turn 1, although the best place for overtaking will be through 130R and into the final chicane. Anthony Davidson is here once again for today's Grand Prix, and we're just discussing the new driver lineup. Can we begin by having a chat about Charles Leclerc? They've just moved to Williams. How do you think they'll get on?
Well, I think this came as something of a surprise to most of us, but it could end up being a bit of a coup for the team. Getting a drive with experience higher up in the field might just be the boost they need, and I'm sure they'll be a big asset as the team continues to develop their car.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event from pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Butler, Gasly, Lando Norris, Mir, Albon, Faber, Perez, and Charles Leclerc, Sainz, Magnussen, Daniel Ricciardo, and Bottas, Hülkenberg, Vettel, Lance Stroll, and Kimi Raikkonen. Hamilton and Romain Grosjean sits at the back of the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Five races remaining and you've still got a chance of winning the World Drivers' title. Let's grab a solid points finish. Careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Start. Let's get back on track. on the MGU-H, the power unit is going to be more prone to overheating. Okay, you need to give that position back. That was an illegal overtake. We're seeing a loss of power from the turbocharger now. Loss of power on the turbo. Strategy is available on the MFD. Green flag. Got that confirmed. Go now. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. right. Let me know you're all right. The new strategy is... Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. Okay, clear. Gap to teammate ahead is 44.1 seconds. Okay, the gap behind is 3.0 seconds. Okay, take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Is 37.0 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 2:19.0. The gap is 35.5 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. The time last lap was a 1:36.4. We're trailing our teammate by 42.2 seconds. They're on fresh softs. They're in second. The time last lap was a 1:36.3. is 10.8 seconds. Is in the pits. Right, some information on Ricardo. They have some kind of mechanical problem. Car ahead is coming to fit the mediums. Car ahead. Now. There's 4 laps of fuel remaining. Gap to car in front is 25.7 seconds. P6. We have P6. Albon ahead. The gap to the car ahead is 3.1 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Leclerc behind. The gap behind us is 3.0 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Okay, gap to leader, 28.0 seconds. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. 4 laps remaining. laps of fuel remaining. Managing your tyres. Manage your tyres. Green flag. This is your final lap of the race. The car behind has started to drop back. There's a gap beginning to form. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. Okay, good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
Victory for the team from Milton Keynes then, after a quality performance. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
I really feel the track layout combined with the track temperatures we saw today suited their car. These cars come alive when the tyres are just at the right temperature, and the driver did a great job managing that as well. They just look so comfortable out there. It's like anything, it always looks so easy when it all just clicks.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win. Let's have a quick look at how the driver's standings have changed. That's a positive result for George Russell, who further solidifies his position at the top of the standings. Some amazing talents out on the track today, but Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
Well, for me it's got to be Lewis Hamilton. The multiple world champion may be the boring choice at this point, but you can't argue that he's a driver deserving of his reputation.
Let's move on to the constructors. Red Bull pull further ahead in the standings. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. You really cut your way through the field today. Your former teammate had a rough time out there and wasn't able to finish. That was an epic battle today. How do you think this will play out? There was some contact between you two. What happened out there? Great. Well, that's everything.
Great work. That's exactly the kind of result I'm looking for. Keep it up. Looks like both your rivals have also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to capitalize on your rivalry with them and build up your reputation a little.
Now, while today's classic exhibition event has no direct impact upon the Formula One World Championship, you better believe that with their reputations on the line, the drivers down there are still hungry to show that they've got what it takes to get a win.
Congratulations on your success in the invitational events. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.